gonna make a coffee. I'll start in a minute. Check. All right. So I've set up a little thing, or I think I can tell when they're going to run ads, so I can have a break at the same time. See if that goes. See how that goes. All right. Okay. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. So, where did we get to? Drawing intersection candidates for triggers. Right. So what we're going to do, possibly, is I want to be able to drag triggers to any size. So right now, if you want to place a trigger, just click on triggers, then put it down. What I want to do is be able to drag them multiple to any size. So we'll try and get that going first. See out. Okay. So this is in content editor trigger. So we do actually want the what type paint mode we're using, I believe. Just like in the painters. It's a paint mode. So this is stamp. Let's see what compiler is that throws up. Paint mode is incompatible with declaration content brush type. Yeah. Alright, so there's an ad running now. So that needs to be much bigger. Okay. Just gonna run. Just gonna run an ad. I just need to test this out. Not the best, is it? I don't really know. Try that. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to sort out my overlays. Okay, let's go to work anyway. So, content editor. So this is inside paint mode as well. It's just there, I believe. That's because that needs to be here as well in the forward declaration. It takes the forward declaration, so it's the first time it sees it as the actual definition. Right, so we need to do this here as well. So we're going to make it work for each paint mode now. So we need to go through them all. If paint mode is not equal to num value, return, and then that can be like this. Oh, here's the thing. If we do this, We need to set it up a little bit differently. Because this paint mode here is done by a combo box most of the time. So this is the thing that stamps it down. So we don't get it out. What we do is we determine what it is. So we say auto editor paint mode equals e-game content paint mode stamp. Well, actually, what we do need to do, we do need to go through it. Let's try that again. So we need to determine the paint mode here. So auto editor paint mode is e paint mode stamp. I'm going to say if canvas has drag, editor paint mode is equal to brush, like that. So we could do it kind of like this, I suppose. And what we need to do is we need to say if enum value is not equal to editor paint mode, return like this. So if we're dragging, we're going to go through a different editor. Which we haven't written yet. I don't think we need is complete anymore, because we want to see the actual error. Okay. No. Do need these complete. So we want to do content. So content editor for stamp, and what we want is content editor for brushing. So the preview is kind of different. I don't know if I actually want to do anything with. I don't know if preview is not really needed in this case, but we do want to stamp. So I'm just going to empty this out for a sec. So when I start dragging, we should end up in this routine. Okay, Sai, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Welcome back. So click on it, and then if I start dragging, we end up here. So what I'm doing, KSI, is just making it so when you click down and then drag the mouse like this, you can drag these. These are triggers, these blue squares. You can just drag the triggers to the size of multiple squares, you know. Just increase the size, just drag it out like a rectangle. So we'll see how we can do that. So it seems a bit dodgy. It seems like the preview is kind of because it's snapping. The snapping is wrong. Snapping into the right place, or it's snapping to the grid, but just I'd rather it when the cursor went into, when the mouse went into the square, the thing went into the square as well. So probably floor is what we need. I'm doing all right, KSI. Yeah, bit late starting today because I was just setting up. I want to have a little overlay which says when ads are starting, so people can know and I can know. So I was trying to set that up, and I've kind of got something working, but it just doesn't look very good at the moment. All right, yeah, that's much better. So if I put a breakpoint here, I click down, and then as soon as I drag the mouse, that breakpoint fires, which means we're in here. So what I need to do is, we need this. We don't want to push an undo redo state because that already happened when we placed down in the stamp. What we actually want to do is find what we've just placed down. So we do want get bounds, and we do want indices, and then we want to go auto instance. So we don't know the ID, so we're gonna have to go through all of the instances, find which ones are triggers. Okay. For auto triggers in instances where arg dot has data trigger content data. And then we want basically to find the trigger So auto this trigger is equal to triggers find first, and the test is arg.cells. Is it cells? Arg.points. Points contains bounds.xy. I think that will find it. Oh, thanks very much, KSI. That's very kind. Yeah, all that logical thinking stuff just comes with experience, really. But yeah, like if you do it enough, you'll get there for sure. But thanks very much. Don't know how it'll go today. I'm a little bit tired. Okay. We don't have find first because it's not an array. So I'm going to go auto data equals triggers data trigger content data, if not data, continue. And that's data points find first. I'll just find bounds xy. Programming, you have to put yourself in the shoes of the computer. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, that's same as me. It's not about money or anything for me. It's pure creativity, you know. I may as well be like, I don't know, painting a picture or something. Painting or writing a book. It fills that little gap in my brain that needs that creativity. Yeah, it's a good attitude, that, for sure. Okay. We don't really need this where clause, to be fair. So we're going to go through all the trigger. We're going to go through all the instances. So we're going to call this instance. I'm going to call this trigger. to say, if we don't find that point, continue. So we do find this point. My Fu Manchu, hey, how's it going? It's just, I don't have the advanced building blocks for me to wake up at 4 AM. Yeah. I take the learning aspect slow. Yeah. Take your time for sure. It's definitely like a multi-year discipline. Barely surviving. Still alone with the kids. Oh man. Well, it's good that you've managed to get to your computer. Don't burn out. Don't get overwhelmed at the start. Yeah. That's it. Don't be tempted to do it for hours and hours and hours and hours until your brain's just fried. Yeah, awesome. So that means we can't put 2 triggers in one point, which is also true. Oh yeah, I've only really just started. I was a bit slow today because I was trying to set up a little overlay on Twitch on the stream, so when ads are about to start, it says, and I've got kind of something. Doesn't look great though. Twitch needs to give you that option, really. You have to hack it together at the moment, I think. It's to scare up and coming programmers. Oh, right, yeah. It's so weird because it seems to me programming's kind of become cool in a really weird way. I think because it's associated with high paying jobs, maybe. But when I was growing up, it was never cool. The programmers were the nerds. It's weird, isn't it? So we need to do this here actually as well. What I might do is make a find trigger on the actual root content. You don't need to be a paint, AI can generate an image. They maintain the app and add features, not AI can do it. Yeah, I mean, for the programming industry, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going to happen. But, so for an artist, unless it's their livelihood, it's a different story. It doesn't matter that AI can generate images because the whole reason why they draw is because they get to draw. They like drawing. It's the same for me, or a lot of programmers, like, people just like coding, so it doesn't matter that a computer can do it. A computer can play chess better than any human probably, but still, lots of people still love to play chess. Yeah, it is interesting. I need to get going today. I'm like, got my brain going. I'm a little bit frazzled on a Friday. So we're actually we want to find the content brush instance of a particular type with a particular like, you know, key to find it with, bounds XY. So it would be like a content find brush instance. But if you want to do like kind of a templated key, it has to be in the header, which is unfortunate. But we'll do it. It's fine. Might as well just do it down here somewhere. So in opt_ref content brush instance find instance key, and then it'll be template class key. So it'll be it'd be find instance of a particular content brush type as well. I think that's the only way it's gonna work. Can't be a particular data type. Oops. It needs to be a deep find as well. If it's a deep find, that's it's a shame this all has to be in the How long have I been working on the game? So the engine's about 2 years old now. The game since the end of January. So what we're in now. So about 8 months, something roughly. But I haven't actually worked on the game since about July time. I'm actually working on the level editor at the moment. Yeah, thanks very much. It's nice, I enjoy it, you know. It's nice, keeps my brain going. This is going to be a bit of a mammoth function, you know, doing this. I think what I'm going to do is just not do that for now. Because we're going to have to do this here as well. Because we're only saying, what we're saying is like, we want to find it or add it. So this is just going to be size T auto. Well, say auto index is instances get count. I can use this cool loop that I made the other day. For index ref t trigger. Now what would it be? I instances. So if we find it, this could just be contains. Index is I. Break. Yeah, this is a cool little loop that I made. So you can get like I is the index, instance is the reference to the thing in there at the same time. Then I'm going to say if index is equal to instances get count, so we didn't find it. We just make one. And we'll do this. And then we'll go auto data. If not data, return result. Data points add. What was it? A trigger point. With a location, which is bounds XY. So I'm just going to follow that through because I'm not firing on all cylinders today. There's probably going to be lots of little errors. Definitely getting the right dopamine. Yeah. That's what it's all about. It's everything. It's coffee, computer, lo-fi music all together. It's a very nice routine. Right. "13 instances. So make a new one, set the data at the point. And we are dragging as well. Don't want to be doing that. So what happens if I go over the top of it and I press it again? It shouldn't put one in. So this needs to be add unique, I think. Got off social media for 2 days. Yeah, cool. Social media. Oh yeah, I'm not too big into social media either. Don't spend a lot of time. Like I have Facebook, but it's mainly so I can talk to my family. And have a beast, like a blue sky for Lazy Pen. Which I update a few times a week. But I'm not... It came kind of like... I didn't grow up with it. So maybe that's why I don't use it all the time. Because the people who are younger than me tend to use it a lot more. Maybe. So I don't actually want to add it if I do this. So it's going to find it. We'll go here anyway. Should find it. Index was 9. And it has 1 point in it. 6, 6. I'm going to do that. It's got 2 points in it. Oh, add unique didn't work. Because we're going on ID there. Yes, so we can't do add unique. We could do an add unique with a test. Could do that. Social media weapon for the brain. Yeah. It takes up, it like soaks up a lot of time, I found. Stretch. Oh yeah, thank you. I need it today. I'm absolutely tired. Oh. Hydrate. Thank you. With coffee though, not water. Sometimes I get water if it's very hot. Okay. We could do add unique with a custom test because this is just going to do the equals on trigger point for trigger point, which is going to test its ID. But I want to test it with location. So how would that actually work? It would be template bonk add unique also be like class S. So it would be for auto E in this really. Would we do this? What does it even want to look like really? Does want to be LM. We'll stick to LM. So this goes away. That's just LM. It wants to be, and there would be some like test arg equals bounds.xy, won't it? So that would be if func e lm standard forward. That'll be fine like that. Ooh. So you can see how tired I am today. What's this problem? Ah, yeah, look. So that's an add unique with a specific test there. So auto result is the count. So we'll do for I to count data I. We don't need found anymore. Result equals I. If result equals count, return result. That's it. That's it. All right, let's test that out then. So, like, interestingly, maybe that just with the way you read this, that should be not equals. So adding unique trigger point to the test is that arg is not equal to bounds xy. I wonder if, how would you do that? Brain's too fried today to think about that. We'll keep it like that for now. Okay, so if we want to add a trigger here, shouldn't be able to. To here, so we've got 1 point at 6.6, and we've still got 1 point at 6.6 because the bounds was 6.6, 6 minus 6 even. So that did work. Let's check it again for a new point. point should be 0. And now there's 1 in. Good. So what we want to do here is we want to find the actual instance that we're dealing with. It's really the same routine. So I might just do it in here. I might do octref content brush instance, find instance at const vec2 p. So we do auto test equals p dot floor, and then it's just this really. It is only that though. Could do find or create instance at. Or we could do something like add point to instance. And it returns new instance. Constant brush instance position as well. Actually needs to be probably the center of all the points. So we'll pass on game board. Content. So that is just add point to instance bounds.xy content bounds.xy. So this is just auto instance equals content editor stamp trigger content to add point to instance. Content bounds.xy. Whoops. And this is the point here. So I'm just going to split it into two lines because it's quite a long line. Okay, so I want to know as well if we don't even have to do trigger point there. That's good. So let's test this. So that gives us our instance. And this is the routine where we're going to drag. It's basically like on the desktop where you drag like that. That's what I want to do. And I want to fill in all of the points in that rectangle that I drag out. I'll test this first. So let's add an existing place to begin with. So this should not. So it should be 6, 6. 6 minus 6 still. Brilliant. Let's add a new one. Oh, look, it did it. Oh, that's weird. That's because it's stuck on, actually. That's the mouse is stuck on. What's going on there? That's weird. It's because the mouse is stuck on. Okay, cool. So it looks like if I do drag that box, it will. If I do drag, if I'm allowed to drag over it, it would work. All right. So that goes away. So what are we doing? We want to stop the camera moving. What are we already doing? We're already doing that with the other brush stuff. So I just need to figure out how that's working. It's just a call to the canvas, I think, like, because that moves the mouse, that moves the whole camera when I'm dragging the mouse there. The board panel. I don't think it's anything in here. Do canvas clear focus. So if we add an input box in, we have to do clear focus camera drag input. That would do it. Where does this come from? I don't want to do it here. I want to do it before this is called. So in edit content. So can we do if editor paint mode is equal to eGame paint mode brush canvas clear focus editor get camera, is it camera drag input? Canvas get camera drag input. So can we do canvas clear? Well, it would be canvas clear canvas get camera drag input. See if that works. Depends if we can do it here. It might have already moved the camera by the time we get here. Oops. There we go. So this has us painting stuff in. But probably creating triggers everywhere rather than It all needs to belong to one trigger. Yeah, so there's 86 instances. Loads of them are triggers. So it's got to work a little bit differently. So the point here is the drag start in world space. So canvas, get world space drag start, auto point dot floor. I'm not going to do bounds there. I'm not going to do anything. I don't think we actually need a preview for this. So that's the start P. So we add the start P in. Ooh, there might not be a drag vector. So that's the start P. The end P is equal to canvas. Okay, so we'll do auto drag vec equals canvas dot get world space drag vector so that return optional. That actually doesn't return any optional. So the end P is the drag vec minus start P. So that gives us our 2 points. So rect bounds is going to be start P.x, start P.y, and then it's going to be end P.x minus start P.x, end P.y minus start P.y. And then we're just going to do canvas, draw, bordered quad. Bounds. Pixels to world 1. The color, do blue. I'll do blue with half alpha. The border color, we'll just do solid blue. And Z is quad Z max. So this is obviously going to be a backwards rectangle sometimes. So depending on how we drag the mouse. So I have a function for that called right-in, which turns it into always a rectangle with positive width and height. So all I'm looking for then is a box. A box to appear. Okay, that is a box, but it's in the wrong place. Maybe it's just drag vec. I keep forgetting whether the drag vector is actually relative to 0, 0 or relative to the actual mouse position in world space. I think it's relative to the mouse position in world space already. Like the start. Nope. Or minus in start P 2 times. So that's just end P. Okay, what's going on there then? Six naught end P. Oh look, it's just that. See if this works. There we go. So it's coming from the it's always coming from XY. So it needs to actually ooh. How's this going to work then? So it needs to. So if I go this way, it's right in the bottom left of that first rectangle I stamped. If I go this way, it's always in the bottom left rectangle. Bottom left of the first rectangle that I stamped. sometimes I want it to be in the... So that's the situation that I want for all of them. Where it, like, the rectangle overlaps the first rectangle that I stamped. Obviously it doesn't happen that way around. Without testing like which side of the rectangle we're on, I'm not sure how you would do that. So obviously if the drag X is positive, we need to be on the left of the first rectangle. If the drag X is negative, we need to be on the right of it. So we could just, we'll just call this end P. Or, I don't know. It's not the end P really. It's well, it is just a drag V. So we just say if drag V dot X is greater than equal to 0, start P dot X so we'll call this drag start and then we'll go vec2 start P. Let's drag start dot X, else if drag V dot X is less than 0, start P dot X is drag start dot X plus 1. If drag start drag V dot Y is greater than or equal to 0, start P dot Y is drag start dot Y. It's just an else really. It's not else. If start P dot Y equals drag start dot Y plus 1. Yeah, let's see what that actually looks like. Just don't want it to feel a bit like it just snaps into position, you know. See how it snaps. It just feels a bit weird, that. I want to stop placing points for now. It's just confusing things. So we have to do that. So it always includes that first point we placed. Because that's where we want to place it, you know what I mean? Then we want to drag it out. We need to stop that preview appearing as well. It's this preview here that's rendering, so edit content. Who's calling the preview? It's here. No, it's not there. It's here, I think. Here it is. Editor preview. So we only want to actually do a preview. If the camera is not dragging. I think. So we're not going to test against that paint mode. We're going to say auto editor paint mode equals canvas has drag. It's a brush, else it's a stamp. That's it, I think. I'll just stop us previewing that square while we're dragging. Clean it up a bit. So do that. There we go. That's what we want. So what we want to do there is basically just add in all of the points in that rectangle. Oops. So we're going to get the instance like this, and then we're going to go instance, we're going to go auto data is equal to instance get data trigger content data. If there's no data or no instance, we just return a result. And then what I might do is I might go data points empty, and then we'll just go through this rectangle. So for auto y equals bounds dot y, y is less than bounds dot y plus bounds dot height y plus plus. Oops. And then same for x. And we're just going to go data points dot add vec2 xy. And then we're just going to say result is the instance. So now okay, that's caused a lot of lag, so something's going wrong there. So it must be creating new instances all the time. So create one instance and then empty the points, then add them back in. So what's going on there? It's added a lot of them. So that's just not working at all. Not working at all. Hey, how's it going? Oh, thanks very much. Yeah, someone said it blended when it looked like I was offline when I was online, so I've made a colourful one. I'm just messing about with this ads in progress thing. Oops. Just trying this new thing today for ad in progress. It looks awful though. Maybe it's because it's so scaled. And now it's gone away. Very hard to test because you can only test it when there's ads happening. Yeah. It's rubbish, innit? It's a complete hack. Doing that. There's no official, as far as I'm aware, there's no official kind of overlay you can get which does it. It would be nice for, I can tell when ads are going to run now. I'll put that widget on my panel, my dashboard here. I want other people to as well. I don't know. There are a few things that I would change about Twitch. That being one of them. Hope you're doing alright, Invossy. Just working on putting in triggers. It's not working quite how I wanted it to work though. Yeah, nice one. I'm glad to hear. I'm slow today. I can't get my brain into gear doing it. So what I've got now is you can drag this over, but that's creating like a ton of actual instances. What I might do is I might say if bounds, this is a little bit of temporary code here. If bounds the area is greater than like 10, put a breakpoint there and see what's happening. It'll snip it for temporary code. Yeah, just so I'll just leave it in, otherwise I'll move on to the next thing and forget it's there. Temp remove later. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So one of the things is the content now, it's got 63 instances in it. So it's adding a new instance all the time. I might make it easier for myself. Well, let's just see. This routine is not quite working. So it's only putting in 1 point, I think, per. Hang on a second. The start P should be the same all the time. Don't know. It's highlighted red for me with the plugin. Ah, yeah, cool. Good idea. Yeah, that would be nice for me as well. So the start P should be the same all the time. So it should be the thing is, it should be constantly finding the same trigger over and over again. Do you also use if 1, if 0? Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Yeah. Just to comment out big bits. Well, not comment out. Just to remove big bits of code. Or if I'll copy and paste some code in for reference. And then I'll just put an if 0 block around it so it doesn't compile, because obviously it won't compile. And then I'll just use that code to copy from. We are changing start. It needs to be. This is really causing performance problems doing that. That's crazy. So it's start p.flaw as well. Is it start p.flaw? I think it's drag start P. For copying code, I put a scratch buffer. Ah, yeah. That's a good idea as well. Let's try that. Can have this breakpoint as well. Yeah, there isn't such a thing in Visual Studio, I don't think. There's a scratch buffer. There might be, but I don't know about it. That seems to be working now. I think that's working now. Did something weird there. It's adding too many. If you just use too cluttered, yeah. I turn a lot of this off, a lot of the button. Obviously, when I'm running the debugger, there's more. Yeah, I turned a lot of all this stuff off. And got away, like by default you get like these little dashed lines down here and stuff, so you can keep an eye on scope. But I'm not really a fan of that. What's going on there then? So if I move back, it works okay that way around. Not like that though. It's the right end thing. Okay. Put that temporary little thing back in. Him change me, man. Yeah, man. I'm glad that you found something you really like. That's cool. Okay. So at least we can, when we get to the area greater than 10, you can see what's going on here. Says the height is 12. X. Is this just a typo? It is just a typo. I'm tired today, man. There we go. My workflow from a year ago is completely different. Yeah, mine is 2. But just because I'm streaming. So obviously, I'm just still getting used to that. But yeah. I know what you mean. There we go. Blooming heck, that took longer than it needed to. So all that is one trigger. Might actually not draw that as well. I think that's a little bit confusing. So now how does it look? So now we can just draw out. So I want a trigger that's like that long. There you go. All right, cool. So also what we want to do is the instance position. So that needs to be whoops. Bounds point. It's just point. When we do this one, the instance position, what do we want? Where do we want it to be? I'm reluctant to do it right in the middle, because if you have a 3x3 trigger, the middle won't be like on the axis there. It won't be a whole number. The middle will be right there in the middle of that square. So the trigger position, I might do it in the bottom left corner. So instance position. We'll say the bottom left corner. Just bound XY. We'll just check undo as well. So if I press Ctrl Z, there's 2 undo steps there. If I press it twice for some reason. Definitely one there. So let's just log here. Push undo. Ooh. So click down, we get a push undo. And then when we drag, we click up. So there's only one push undo. So there must be another one, another undo redo. So let's do it in push step instead. There's no logging in that. No. What would it be then? Output debug string W. Oh, steps are being pushed all the time by the looks of it. So when we start moving the mouse, it actually does move for a split second as well. Then stops. That must come from iEditor. Push undo redo camera state. That's probably what it is. So it's because I'm cancelling the camera move just after it's just moved it for one frame. Yeah, there we go. Camera drag input. So how does this work with paint mode? Because with paint mode we don't do this. Paint mode is brushing. This is us doing the thing. So saying if it's a brush, we just clear focus on the camera drag input. But that is allowing, we've just dragged for a little bit just before we did that. What's going on here? We're saying if the left mouse button is just down, clearing it there as well. So let's have a look at these. Something else that clears it. A pond. That uses it fine. That clears it fine. Doesn't suffer from this problem. So in paint content there, we're just clearing it. And that seems to be fine. Because we're waiting until it has drag. Ooh, yeah, so that takes a split second. That takes, like, the camera has to have to drag the mouse a couple of pixels before we clear the focus. Oh, right, we need to kind of get around that somehow. So what I might do is possibly just clear it there. That might work. I don't think we ever want camera drag input when we're placing something down. I think that's sorted out. So Control Z. Yeah, there we go. So you have a funny thing here as well with selecting it. It's flickering about. So we'll see what the problem with that is. So I think if it's right on the border there. Okay, what we need to do is calculate the bounds. That's what we need to do. All right, so there's going to be a little ad break in a few seconds. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee while that happens. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right. So now I can know when the ads are happening. I can make a coffee at the same time. So we don't have too many breaks, like. That's awesome. So the music stopped. What's going on there? There we go. So what we need to do is when we actually on the content editor now, we need the bounds for this trigger. And so the content brush instance doesn't have a bounds. Trigger content. So what we're looking for here. Let's just do get bounds here. So this is just bounding rect, and then with each of the points we want to do bb.add arg.location, I think it's location, and then just return it like that. What happens if there's no points? I'll return an invalid bounding box. So just a blank rect like that. So on the game board editor, on intersect content for triggers, the bounds is going to be not for each point now. Hey, Sukelos, how's it going? Hope you're alright. I'm starting off a bit slow today. My brain's not getting into gear. I might actually have a banana early. Try and get some sugar going. The bounds is going to be the data get bounds translate offset like that. What's P in this case? Don't need it. Don't need it now. 02 Chain AI. How's it going? You alright? Get those electrolytes, yeah. Yeah. Exactly what I'm gonna do right now. Yeah, if you got any questions, 0 to Chain AI, let us know. I'm just building out the level editor. Been working on it for a couple of weeks actually. It's actually a rebuild, replacing an older system. What I'm doing right now is triggers. So these blue things are triggers. So you can just draw one out like that. Solve the long-term headache. All right, okay. Like coding headache or physical headache. ClangD has this default feature that automatically places header files when you call functions. Oh, you mean actually, yeah, puts it at the top or whatever. Interesting. That's a weird feature. It's very handholdy, isn't it, that? What am I building? So, I'm building a game engine that's nearly actually done. And with the game engine, I'm also building a game. Unfortunately, the game is unrunnable at the moment because I've just finished pre-production on it. Well, I finished that in like July. And the level editor needed work. So I've gone back to the work on the level editor, which is this. This is how you build the levels in the game. And because I've been working on the level editor, I've kind of changed how the data layout of the levels is, which means the game doesn't run anymore. So once I've got the level editor sorted out, I'll have to rebuild all the prototypes, but it should only take a couple of hours with the new version of the level editor. But it's going to be a sci-fi gardening game where you're like on a spaceship and you're looking after the gardens on the spaceship. So it's like a massive spaceship with like 10,000 people on it. Obviously it won't be 10,000 NPCs, but I'm going to try and convey the size. And you just look after people's gardens and tend people's gardens, go on quests to discover new plants and things. Oh, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. So this is the level editor. So the idea is you build these .prefab files, and then when you save them, they become brushes themselves. And then if I open this prefab, I can like select it and then paint it in like this. And then you can make each prefab independent and then like move bits around. And then, but they're still connected, but you can make it a little bit unique compared to the rest of them. And then you can either revert or save as new prefab. So that's what I've been working on this week. And because this is a .prefab file, when I save it, it makes a new brush out of that. So you can build up levels like that. Or you can just make like sprite sheets in Photoshop or whatever and import them in and divide them up. And then that's how you get your assets. And you can do stuff like, there's like dialogue trees. So this is like dialogue trees for one of the NPCs. So this is the prototype that I made. So the engine's like, you can have multiple branching dialogue trees for each character and stuff like that. Cutscenes, behavior trees, all sorts of stuff. So making all my own tech for it. Even if the header is already part of one in your project. Ah, so you mean like transient headers? Yeah. So I think the standard committee or whatever, the best practices says you shouldn't have transient headers, but then you end up with so many headers, don't you? Not too much into game development. Ah, right, okay. Like coding. Yeah, so it's a very coding heavy stream, for sure. I'm coding all day long. And if you're not specifically into game development, I don't use many libraries, so we implement all sorts of things that aren't even specific to game dev. Trying to use the ClangD config file to turn it off. Ah, right, yeah. Keep going through and deleting it. Yeah, it's really annoying, isn't it? That. I would definitely turn that feature off as well. If you look at windows.h, it's nothing but macros and headers. Yeah. Like I wouldn't. Oh, let's get rid of these. Ban these. Add commenters. Yeah, banned. Good. Yeah, like Visual Studio has a thing where you can say, oops, optimize include graph, and that'll remove all the transient headers, which is the opposite of what I wanted. So that'll put in loads of different headers. Look at that. Because I think officially you should include the headers that the header includes as well. Officially, that's what the guidance says. But then you just end up with loads. In case that the header file removes that header and breaks your code, you know what I mean? Seems crazy to me. Yeah, it's mental, innit? All right. So that will... To be fair, I don't know if that's exactly what we want. Let's go back. We just want the actual bound. So we do want to do a separate intersection with every single point, because we're going to eventually be able to delete points out the middle of triggers and stuff. And I don't want to actually be intersecting them. So we can't do across the entire trigger bounds, but the individual trigger points we can. But the actual well, that should be fine. That should be just the way it works. Yeah. Coffee time, enjoy. So 0 to chain, what stuff do you code then? Do you code anything, or do you just like watching it? See, this banana's picked me up a bit. Good. So one of the things is, it is right on the, is sometimes flickering. Or it's not actually doing it. Like there. I think what I'm going to do is just inflate it by some kind of tiny delta. So I think it's some kind of rounding error. It's all right. Pumpkin spice season has returned. Yeah. It's my favourite time of year, this. From like September to Christmas is awesome. It's my birthday, my wife's birthday, Halloween, Christmas. And it's not hot. It's not, the weather's not hot anymore, which is awesome. Yeah, alright. Nice one. Are you a streamer as well? Yeah, I'll check you out. I'll put a little note and check you out. Thanks for follow. I'll follow you as well then, if you're a streamer. I'll check you out. Nice one. Have a good stream. It's become part of a meme. Yeah. So I've put this little inflate on. Hopefully that stops the flickering. No, it made it possibly even worse. Maybe that's not what it is then. Bounds.area. Maybe this needs to be data get bounds translate offset.area. Whoops. That flickering is definitely like, that's not intersecting anything, apparently. It's probably because we're like right on it. Right. Yeah, it is. Weird. So what is it actually doing then? The intersection's like... Is the mouse masking the highlight? I think it's probably in the actual intersection test. Yeah, I think it's a problem in the intersection test. Really hard to get it to be exactly on though. So if the mouse is direct, if it's actually on the point, it's because we're doing it in floating point. I'm sure it is. But the inflate didn't work. Do a massive inflate. This is inflating it by like 50%. The actual intersection test. Yes, it's doing it there as well. It's doing it right in the middle now because we've inflated there. I think maybe we do floor here. That might sort it out. Get rid of any of the rounding errors when we're doing the translate and stuff. Maybe. I don't know. It should be floored already. Let's just put in. We don't have undo either. Thought we'd just done that. One of them days today, I think. And nothing quite works right. Back to undo then. Why can't we undo? No, we can. Alright, so let's just do 2. Problem is it's very hard to catch. It's very hard to catch a breakpoint here. What we'll have to do get the cursor position in the world, and then we're gonna go if nothing is hot. So I don't think we need to do this. I think we need to say do we have nothing is hot? Is anything hot? Not anything hot. Break. So we want to do more than that actually. I want to say and the cursor is in there. So if there's nothing hot and the cursor is intersecting the trigger, that's the condition, I think. Happy Friday. I quite like Fridays. What's the problem with Fridays for you? I mean, I am tired. Maybe it's that. Maybe you're just tired, yeah. Just that nothing is working. Yeah. Ooh, what do we have there? Oh, because there's no mouse P. Okay, so that breakpoint didn't fire. Which means it is hot. Maybe it's the rendering of it. If it's hot, it means it's the mouse is over top of it, essentially. Having a pretty good day. Oh, very good. On the other side, thank you. Yeah, nice one. I've actually had a good week. I've done quite a lot of good stuff this week. But because I'm re-implementing stuff that I've already done, it's not as fun. I don't find it as fun. But I've gotten a lot done. And it's a lot better than it used to be. Okay, so that breakpoint's not going off, which means it is hot. If I can just get away now. Mouse P's been cleared. Okay, let's try a different thing then. Temp if result.getCount is equal to 0, say nothing is hot. Troubleshooting things that you already worked on. Fine is exhausting task, yeah. Oh, we're gonna have a little ad break. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. They run quite often, don't they? This is my first time I'm monitoring the actual ads. Sue Kellis, you never see them anymore. Are you a Twitch Turbo subscriber? A Twitch Turbo person? Because I don't think they see ads. That's what the badge is for. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm still. Oh yeah, Turbo. I'm still learning all about Twitch. Really, there's quite a lot to it. Back to my absolutely wonderful aliased ad thing. I don't really know what to do with that. Scan some blow. Yeah, I mean, I've watched Twitch. Before I started streaming, I used to watch Twitch, but not really take part much in all of the stuff that happens. So I'm having it's like a big learning curve for me. Learning about all this stuff. At least now, like, I can see when an ad is on. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about that as well, looking at the Twitch API. It just means taking time off this to do that. I'd rather just find something that works. This is a complete hack that I'm doing now. All right, we're back. Awesome. I haven't done anything since the ad break. So it says nothing is hot there. That's possibly because I have other triggers in the level as well. So data points is greater than 0. Yeah, exactly. Interactive overlays. Yeah, I have seen a few of those. Where people can like race cars across the bottom of the screen and stuff like that. It's cool. You know, when I find time, over time, I'll add to it and add to it and add to it. If I get more viewers that are interested in that type of stuff as well. So you're saying nothing is hot. Oh, it has to be greater than 1 actually. Yeah, that's it. I try and work on it a little bit on a weekend, you know. All the Twitch stuff. It says nothing is hot. Sorry, but that's only 1. Yeah, nothing is definitely hot there. The thing is, all this stuff's really hard to debug. Because it requires the mouse to be in certain positions. Okay, let's... So I wonder why that breakpoint's not firing. Not canvas anything hot. Tell you what I'm going to do. I might just remove the rest, all of these triggers out. There's 4 of them. Trigger. That one's a trigger. That one's a trigger. And that one's a trigger. There's now 9 things in it. So let's just put that in. So what I'm going to do, this is definitely firing. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here. So we want the breakpoint to fire when the bounds intersects the mouse as well. But that's not actually firing there. Get that fixed first. We want to break here really, not there. And then we can just check why it's not detecting it. Canvas. What does anything hot do? Panel, anything hot. GUI state, anything hot. Hotboxes contains input window. So there is something hot there. Why isn't that firing? Bounding box is 0. There's no points in it. Okay, that's weird. That's a bug. There's no trigger in the level, I don't think. No. So why on earth have we got something with no points in it? So we're inserting all these triggers. Okay. So I'm going to do, where would it be? It would be here. We want to make sure that there's an area. So it would be bounds that area is greater than 1. You do this. I think that's it. Otherwise, we're adding a load of, clearing it out its points and adding nothing back in. And that's why we're getting lots of them with no points, I think. See if that sorts the flicker out. No, it doesn't. So it's not saying anything is hot. So things are hot there. Okay. So it's saying something is hot. I think we need to actually display the mouse cursor positions, mouse cursor position, because we could just plug it in there, the one that doesn't work. So that would be debug draw stats. Just do it here. Mouse world. Still because it's going to be to many decimal places. Oh. This canvas doesn't have a camera, probably. No, it doesn't have a camera. That means I've got to move it. So, is it just a get cursor position? Get client cursor position. We'll do that. There's no camera, there's no world space. There we go. Do that. Is that what it is? Get rid of the trailing zeros. No. Okay. Well, we'll just do value or vec2. Just cast it up to a vec2i. Kind of working dodgily now as well, for some reason. It's not the area actually we want to test. It's where is it? Width is greater than or equal to 1, or bounds dot height is greater than or equal to 1. That's what we want to test. So let's just do 2. Find the exact mouse position where it's failing. I can. It's flickering. Basically impossible. There we go. 1140 524. 1140 524. Right. So let's just pretend that the mouse position was always there. What is this? That's on mouse, keyboard controller, tick. Right then, mouse P. So we're just gonna go mouse P. Is 1140, is it 524? The question is, did we blooming save the level? We did not. So let's just get rid of that for a sec. Oops. Try that again. I think it would be kind of handy to have a little debug feature where you could just programmatically set the mouse position. Where you could test stuff like this, because it's quite hard to test things to do with the mouse. 1140 524. So it's just 524 on X, I think. It's on Y, sorry. It won't work. Okay. Save that now. Now I can just set the mouse to be there. So that's where the mouse is. Oh, it needs to be offsetted by some amount. Because that's the mouse position relative to the start of this canvas. So 1140 minus 884. 256. So we want to add 256 to that. I think. And then 492. So 524 minus 492. 32. One 1140 524. That's where it thinks the mouse is. So why is it not highlighting? That is the question. We can't select the trigger mode. Oh my god. So trigger mode. Game board editor. Mode. Edit mode. Edit mode. Edit mode is going to be trigger. Okay, cool. So mouse P is canvas pixels to world 1140 by 524. Okay, so now I've got the input system on the right coordinate and this on the right coordinate. Alright, it's 0. It's apparently 0. Which she's right. So the bounding box, is that wrong? It's 13 minus 5. 7, 7. 13 minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5. So that's like here. So that's going up to 2. That's going from 13 to 20. That's only at world space 10. Okay, confused. Let's get rid of this for a second. And then in the game, we do want, I think, the world position. We can get that for the mouse. So the world position is 19 there. So is that pixels to world? World to pixels not working. So 1140 in X is about 18. It's saying it's 10. Oh, 1140. 1140. Oh yeah. 1440. Yeah, so I think actually we were just a little bit wrong. Doesn't matter on the X, it's the Y that. It's the Y what we're testing anyway, I think. Okay. So he's saying nothing is hot. So it's right here and it's saying nothing is hot. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in a name to this called point. Starting to get too comfortable with Windows API and its patterns. Yeah. Everything follows the same thing. At least, in modern times. Right, so it's saying nothing is hot. So we're getting it now. Something should be hot at this point. So we need to get rid of that, actually. Sith Lord to the Linux fanboys. Yeah. Alright. Something is hot now. What is it? Hot boxes. Camera drag. Camera drag is hot. Right. So it's saying camera drag is hot there. except it shouldn't be. So the input boxes, got 91 of them. Some of them are full of junk. All these points. Ah, look, there you go. That's causing it. It's not rounded perfectly up to 32. Oh, blooming heck. Ugh. Yeah, I knew it was a rounding error. There's always some story like that time they had to go and write their own driver. Ah, right. Takes a bit of time for actually making music. Oh yeah, yeah. They're very different things. Obviously making games and game engines is not the same as playing games. Do both, couldn't you? You could, there's time in the day for both, for sure. Right, so we need to figure out why that is happening and prevent that. So it's this, when we add the box in. Add world input box. World to pixels. That is in it. We need to be translating it to. So what we want to be doing is we want to be going bounds pixels equals canvas world to pixels bounds, and then dot floor. Is it floor dot round? And send that as a normal input box. That was a bug. Alright, have a good day at work. See you later. See you on Monday, hopefully. There we go. Right, let's see if that fixes it. If it fixes it, it should be highlighted. There we go. Oh my word, that was annoying. Okay. See if we have no flicker anymore. Yes. Oh, there is flicker. Still doing it. Okay, that is absolutely annoying. That is still doing it. Need to find a pixel coordinate that. Try and get it by zooming in. Seems to be right there where it's not wanting to land. It's one down from there. All right. One up from there, pretty sure. So 462, 46. So 1140, like 461, 462 on a 459. 459. Try 459. So this bug is because we're lining them up next to each other by the pixel, and it's like exploiting, obviously, rounding error bugs. Well, that is intersecting 458. $32 times 32. No, 32. 32. Oh, come on. 32 times 6. 32 times 8. So let's try 480. 544. Let's try 544. Well, that's intersecting as well. Ooh. Have a look at these input boxes again. So they seem good. That's strictly less than 32. With that as well. So we need to maybe add on that. Let's try that. There should be 33. No, that's not doing it either. Okay, I need to find an exact pixel then. It's very hard to get them out because it's only like 1 pixel. Here's the thing, are they all actually lined up properly? Yeah. They're all overlapping there. Now. I wonder if it's, I'm going to say intersecting with these lines, but I don't think so. say is hot. Canvas, get camera drag. That might break us. That might trigger that breakpoint exactly where we need it. No, it is hot camera dragging, but even. There we go. We just need the curve. We actually do need the canvas. Oh, thanks very much, Finked. Awesome. Much obliged. Hope you're doing all right. It's the first gift sub of the channel. It is. Awesome. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing all right. One accelerate. Nice one. Got support. Yeah. Hope you're doing all right. So client cursor position. It should tell us the actual pixel where that failed. There we go. 521. So 1376 521. Okay, that should be intersecting. I'll sort this out before the end of the day, hopefully. And it is intersecting. It's annoying. It wasn't just intersection, but it is intersecting now. That point there, look. So let's do smallest box. Try that. It says camera drag. Momentarily, nothing is hot. So what we want to do is we want to test. Well, actually, we want to output the actual mouse P there as well. Where that failed. So 152.1634. Bit of that. So now that works. That's point. This is really confusing me, man. Let's do the smallest box. Box as well. Oh no, that's the wrong box. Hunterbug, hey, how's it going? No. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear about that. Thanks for the follow, the only Bella. Thank you. Gonna take forever. Oh man, sorry to hear about that. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Could be all sorts of rounding errors, you know. We're doing like center distance squared and all that. I think what we do is test it on the proper bounds. So this is the instance bounds. Just do that. It's unfortunate though, isn't it? I don't know. How close does it really need to be? Yeah, no. Problem is it's flicker. It's causing a flicker. So if I do, see how it's flickering. So I've got loads of input boxes lined up in an array, in a grid, and where you cross over, you see it's temporarily not intersecting. My brain's too tired to kind of like really work it out. Even though I have added onto it. So if I add 16 onto it, definitely not close enough. Yeah. This is them. They're actually overlapping here, so it might not even be rounding errors. And it's still causing it. Like I don't think I've ever had a situation before where I've had loads of them stacked together like this in an array. Usually it's just one. And that's fine because it doesn't have to be precisely correct, but this has to be. What makes me think it's maybe not rounding error is that I am overlapping them. Draw quad outline in world. We'll do bounds. It's just quad outline actually, it's not in world. Bounds pixels. Let's just draw the actual intersecting boxes, the actual boxes we're using for intersection. This is hard to actually see, but they are all overlapping. If we did something like color from hex p.id, so every single box will have a different color. All right, thank you very much. See you later. Oh, something's happening there with the input boxes. Okay, that's weird. That is weird. Unless it's Z fighting. Or intersecting candidate. Where's quad Z max? Let's do this then. I think that needs to be like -1000 or something. Okay, I'm just gonna nip to the loo. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Something weird is happening there with the colours there. So it appears like we're not actually putting in the input boxes. Maybe the flickering is not caused by rounding error, but by some weird thing that's happening here. Yeah, I think that's it, because when I go down, we don't get the flickering. When I go up, we do. And when I go right, we get the flickering, and when I go left, we don't. What is going on there? Ah, we're not actually adding them all in. Okay, that's good. You have to add them all in. That is what's causing the flickering. My word. They're really annoying bugs today. Input ID. Alright, okay. So we're going to standard optional U64 input ID. Hot input ID. Oops. Not a rounding error. It's not a rounding error. Yes. Okay. Let's check this stops the flickering. Yes, there's no flickering. Oh my word. Right, so let's just step back and see if we can do it in world space. We were getting a little bit of rounding error as well. Might not matter though. No flickering, that's amazing. So let's just go add world input box bounds. There we go, there is no flickering. It's because we were exiting the loop too early. Right. Amazing. At least can move on now. Check that in. That was torture. Absolute torture. Okay. So is that everything? Got everything there? Yes. So draw intersection candidate trigger. We just want to actually I think that's probably, we do want to draw this, I think. We'll just draw it with 1. Well, no, 2 is okay. So now, when we focus on it, set focused content. Tick focus content. So we need to draw focused content. Draw focused content for triggers. Okay. Auto trigger equals instance data trigger content data. If not trigger, return false. Otherwise, it's basically the draw intersection candidate for trigger again. Except we draw it like this. That's focus content P. So they need 2 modes, I think. If we double click the trigger, we need to be able to edit individual points. So first, let's just move that. Well, everything else is white. So we'll make it white. So let's just handle moving around the trigger first. Drag focused content for trigger. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe the trigger points are offsetted from the position. No, that would be annoying. Well, not necessarily. How would that work then? Content editor, the trigger, add point to instance. So it would be add 0.00. Do we make all? I think it would be a bit more annoying to make all the. I'm thinking of making all of the trigger points relative to the content brush instance position. Which I think it would have to be. I'm thinking of when the part of prefabs, when we move the prefab around. So this would just be vec2 like that. And then when we actually render the point in game board content, translate offset plus instance position like that. And so that's the bounds. Minus instance position law. I think. So that makes it all relative. To do that. That makes everything relative to the actual instance itself rather than in world space, which is going to help a lot. Get to prefabs and stuff. Okay. So what I think I'm going to do is this. Like 2 like that. It's not quite working. So let's take out the trigger here. So we do have point to instance. That's the point. So that's the... look. Okay, so this is P floor. So this makes it a little bit so we just want to find the content brush instance that at that location. So if instance.position so I'm going to say auto p floor start. So if it's a trigger and the position is p floor, then we do it p floor, and then we just add unique vec2 0. think that's it. Nearly didn't add those. So it finds it. So it adds 0, 0 in. Re-adds it in. Okay. Maybe we just do it at start P. It has to be at drag start P because that's where. Okay. If bounds.area greater than 10. Really barely got anything done today. One of them days. Mouse got stuck on. $14.4. I'm going from $14.5. Let's just try it at start P. No, drag start P. But then do this. Has to be drag start P because we've already stamped something in at that location. When we initially press the mouse button down, it puts one in at drag start P, and then when we pull it, it puts more points in. Nah, that's not right. Maybe that's just not actually. It's a drag V. And there's no translate. And that's obviously, adds unique as well. Almost, apart from it's missing it out. So it stamps it there. It is definitely something like that. I'm just going to get rid of that. But does it actually find it? It does. So basically that is the rectangle. That's where we initially stamp it. But then we're drawing the rectangle underneath again. Yeah, so we're back to that situation now. So, what was it? So I think it's here. We want to do it with bounds, really. If bounds let's get the mouse P. Cursor position. Not mouse P. Return. So I'm going to say if the mouse P's X is less than start P dot X bounds dot X minus minus and then bounds dot width plus plus like that. It's either that way around or the other way around. So either less than or greater than. Too jaded to actually work that out, so we'll just test it. So we want to do the right and after. other way. Maybe. So if the mouse, so that is the right way. So when the mouse is greater, in both cases, it's correct. So it is that, but it might be this. That's correct. That's it. I'm not sure what that is. Putting something in 2 times. Okay, let's do the intersect. That's offset plus instance position. And then draw intersection candidate. Instance position. Okay. So why we've got some flicker in there. Still got flicker in man. That might be to do with rounding, maybe. That's the area anyway. It's the area, don't need to translate it. That is the rounding. So that is well, the pixels even. And then we'll add just a normal input box. Figure out why we're getting, it looks like we're getting 2 points in the same place. Weirdly. Just in the top corner there, yeah, that stops the flickering. So why are we getting 2 points in the same place? Focus content P plus instance position. I also think we shouldn't floor that. So we get it with just 4. We get it with just 2 there. So, oops. Where we go to draw it. Render the trigger. Got 3 points. 2 in the same location at 0, 0. So how is that happening? Points empty, then we add 0, 0, but then we're doing add unique after that. Oh, got 5 minutes left. See if I can sort this out. Yeah, that's done it. What I also want to do is maybe we don't have to do this to the width and the height. And this is good now because all of the points are relative to the brush instance, which means when we're drawing them, it's straightforward, even from any prefab. Doesn't matter where the prefab's positioned, the draw call is just the same. Yeah, I think we do need that. So that round is not really working either. I think what it is it's bounds.xy round like that. Ooh, no, that's flickery. It's putting two. This has got to be floor, I think, for that to work. So I think when you add this in to a point, it floors it. See if that works. one of them days where nothing has gone smooth. There we go. Got there in the end though. We can move that around. And we can select it, move it around, undo it, redo it, move it on a grid. So the goal now is, so I think like if you double click it, it'll highlight purple and you'll be able to click individual cells in the trigger. So you could double click it, it'll highlight purple. If you click that and then press the delete button, you can delete cells in the trigger. So you can have like a trigger with a hole in it or something if you really wanted to. Yeah, it's quite a painful stream actually, but we got some stuff done. But I'm gonna have to head off now, and I'll be back on Monday, maybe like 9:30 in the morning or something like that. But yeah, that's me done for the day. Have a good weekend, everybody.